Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today we're doing some more Insignia dev, and I've just been working on the website, actually managing my web host and all that stuff nonsense. So today I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here already in chat. We've got Sampori, welcome. Rabi Rucci is here, Robin Rombushead. We've got Bomber Yes, Virtue versus Vice. And then on YouTube, we've got a few names already. Newt Knot is here. And Yawose, welcome. As well as Vlong, Pinchy Scree, and Mr. Pizza Hunter, Virtue versus... You're all here. Welcome. Also, a big thanks to most recent follower Brian Blaze BB for and Chossinger for the most recent subscription. We've almost got 200 subs. That's pretty good. I'm liking that number. Alrighty. So today we're working on Insignia, and I have been mostly today I've been working on the website. So I did like a new update because I'm switching like hosts. I'm using GitHub Pages for this. I moved the website to basically just a different hosting method, but it meant that I got to spend a little bit of time kind of updating it, and I think it's coming along reasonably well. I mean, it's a pretty straightforward website. It's just a single pager, and I think that's all you need, but as long as it's up to date, it's pretty good. Okie dokie. So let's talk about what we're going to work on today. I have been nudged by Luca, our animator slash artist, or one of our animators slash artists, that he's done some updates in our production doc regarding some updates to this background design for the in the second chapter of Insignia. So I thought I'd just take a look. It's pretty good. Let's read his comments. Adding a few more ideas here. Hogan and Human. Initial ideas, exploring spaces. Yeah, I think that's really good. Already where it's at is great. I might give some feedback on this. Cool. Alrighty. So, yesterday, let's just sort of recap a little bit. Yesterday, we were working on deflect. This animation, which, looking at it now, feels fine to me for what it needs to be. So happy to leave that where it is. And I was actually interested in maybe just updating these two scenes, or this scene, with a little bit more detail. Hey, Yo-Yo Bob, thank you so much for the sub. What's going on? We're doing some chapter 1 polish before we do any more filming for a trailer or another update for the chapter 1 demo. The playtest does need to be updated with the new combat stuff. So I'm kind of just making sure that there's a detailed pass on anything that's new in this version, and anything that will be in the trailer if I shoot a trailer. Sorry, pals. I took some sinus medication just before I started the stream, and it's making its way through slowly. So if I sound a bit blocked up, it's because I'm swallowing medication. Okay, so in this scene, what I wanted to do was take this thing here. I had this weird thing happen last night, and I'm a little anxious about it. Okay, so look at the water here. Water looks good. On my laptop, when I move literally across this line here, as the camera shifts left to right, the water reflection drops about 30 pixels, and I don't know why. It doesn't happen on my computer. It's fine on the PC. But the reflection, the content that's being shown inside of the reflection, shifts upward by about 15 to 30 pixels, something like that. I don't understand why it happens. And I spent so much time last night looking at it, and I isolated it down to like this right here. These two nodes. If I took these nodes away, it would stop jumping, but it would be in the wrong position. But I've come to do some more work on it today on my computer, and it doesn't even do it here. It's fine. Like, it's perfect. So what do? I just leave it? I don't know if it's like this in the build either. Like, I don't know if it's on my laptop. If I run the build, I don't know if it jumps. And I don't know if it's only in this scene also, which is very annoying. So not much I can do about it right now, but such is life. Okay, well, we're not working on this right now. We're working on, hang on a second. Pull. Create CNAME. I don't remember doing that. What is that? Oh, okay. That must be just something that happened. Yeah, it's a GitHub thing. Okay, cool. So, yeah, not much I can do about that. Anyway, we've got this. I wanted to put another one. I did some changes last night, and then I accidentally ruined all the changes. So now I have to fix them again. So I want this stuff here to be at like 13. And then I want to go to the window, general, 2D tile palette. And I want to take this whole thing and shift it down. Maybe like that. And then I want to take all of the background and shift it up. I also need to pull or fetch. No, I did update the art. Interesting. Okay. I thought I did a lot more detail in this version. Oh, I guess that is the version. Okay. So I just wanted to see more of the ground, you know, more of that earth here. And then I want this to be not, this is -1, 13, and -2. So this 13 could be something like 10 now. And then save it, run it. Yeah, that's better. Let's then also get rid of this thing. Let's take this guy, move it like down here. And then I suppose we want to just work on this. Today. It's kind of a tough one because there's not really enough screen real estate to show the scale of it. Like, it just looks dark up there, but in the version that I've actually drawn, this part is probably more visible. And I want that kind of, what's the word? Maybe I should scale it down. I want the sense that it's going up to something open-ended. Although it's not that visible in the other scene. So this was designed this way because if I go over to the graph, this is underneath this. That's not really so obvious right now. Not that it's a huge deal either way. I'm also... Yeah, I'll leave that where it is. Let's go back over to here. Maybe take this and shift it so that it's properly aligned, and then scale it so that it has a bit more of a chance to be seen. Maybe also like, let's play with the parallax a little deeper. It could even be further away. Cool. And we could pull the camera out. And I think we could pull it out and have it be much higher up like this. Which unfortunately makes way more sense for it to be more like that at that point. Except now it has to also be a bit more over the... I mean, it's dead center. Why is that wrong? Why is it that it doesn't line up there? That's like absolutely perfect. They're all perfect. So it's this and the zone camera need to have the same X value, which is exactly there. It looks way off. I suppose it does look way off because it's not really centered even on this level. To me, this looks so far pushed to the right that it's like, it feels so wrong. But when I look at the label for my monitor, it's almost perfect. It's just so weird. Maybe because there's so much stuff over here that's not on this side. Yeah, that changed a lot. But why is it so not centered? Like, see that? See how much it just moved then? I guess we'll do this. I guess we'll take this. And then this. And then we'll make the content sit dead center like that. But then it's nowhere to be seen. What the heck? We need to create a scroll anchor. Hey, Ryan Berry, welcome. I mean, that's better, I would say. Everything is mostly centered. I guess the other way to do this would be to take that zone camera and sharpen it up a little bit so that it takes up more of the scroll space. There you go. My day's going okay. It's just like, look at where this is zooming up and then where this is. It's not even close. Oh, it's not even close here either. Okay. Right. It should be like there. That's better. Yeah. Yeah, it's looking good. It's not perfectly centered. I can tell that it's not, but it's looking okay. I think it's mostly because of the direction we're approaching from. That looks about right. It might even be like, is there one less tile off to the left this way? I don't think so, right? That's like pretty much dead on. Oh, it could be. I think that. Oh, I can't tell. There was a grid we were looking at before. Yeah, it needs to be off like a few pixels. That's just about spot on there. Yeah, Godot's a good engine to play around in, for sure. I still feel like we're pulling off to the right a little bit, but it might be the boxes. I think they're kind of a little bit in the way at the moment. I might even pull them out of the scene. No, the terrain is a tile set, and the tile set generates polygons. Okay, this is reasonable now. It's going to look exactly the same on other resolutions and aspect ratios. It's not going to look any different. There's no like widescreen version of the game. It's just, you always get what you're seeing right now. Most games work that way. You mean the animation where they all appear out of, like, the 1 turns into, like, 16? Yeah, it's just the same. It's like sprites being stacked here. Title drop. Are we some kind of... Guess we some kind of insignia. Looks like we're some kind of... In this scene, there was an original concept that I did here. No, okay. Looks like we're some kind of insignia squad. Hey, Darth Blackman. Do I play any instruments? I do play instruments. There's a guitar behind me right now, and a MIDI keyboard, and I play the recorder a little bit. I've got a violin here, although I don't play it very well. I barely play the violin. It's not. I don't play the violin. I just own one. This color sensitive work is really hard to do in a brightly lit room. The saturation is so subtle that my eyes get strained really, really quickly doing it. I mean, I could probably switch to like a red just while I'm working on this color. Oh. Oh, I've got a drum kit here too. Yeah, I played that too. Not very well, but I have one. Emo band? I mean, I would have loved to have been in one. But alas, I was not. We could probably push the contrast on that one a little bit further. Not that deep though. It's so crazy because look at how far apart they are on the spectrum. 1, 2, 3. They're like even. It's literally like maybe that. Yeah, like maybe you take this and you push it down this far. Literally that. Hey, Laitoru. I'm doing okay. It's kind of like, I think I want the camera, it's tough because I want it technically closer. But I feel like this doesn't do it justice. Like that's not enough. There's something about, I would love to frame the shot more vertically, almost like bring in vertical bars, which is like closing the shot in like that, like a comic book frame. Sorry about that. I was going to say, like, being able to do something like this, you know, and even having like, I don't know, you could do it stylistically so it's more like this. I don't know. Or even like, you know, that. Or even this with Armin talking here. Like, and have the shot kind of like panning up. Because now we have a license to go a lot further with this. Like, that's a cool frame. That's the frame I want. Do you know what I want it to feel like? This is what I want. I have like multiple references that I know that I'm looking at, and I don't think I can bring them up. They do it a lot in Studio Ghibli films. They get these really tall shots of like a deep forest kind of thing. I'm sure it's either in Princess Mononoke or it's Nausicaa. I'm sure it's Nausicaa. Anyway, this is the kind of the look. There's probably not really like an easy way to do it. Though I could do it. What am I talking about? It's not hard at all. I could easily do it. It's just to set a standard of that is kind of harder. So what I do basically is I take the camera and I push it off this way. And I take this and I push it out to there, and I do this. Like that. So I show you this, but then I black out. You know, then I take that camera and I shift it up. I think we could do something like that. It's mostly just because the game right now, I don't have an easy way of like creating a frame that's not 16:9. So if I want to show you something vertical, like in a comic book, I can't create that shot for you. And I know movies don't do that either. I mean, you would probably do it. Do you know how you would do it? You do it with like foreground assets. I would probably do it that way. Like you'd have things coming in like that, like we're looking through a crack. But like I could take Armin's voice here and push it over. you know? I got some work to do with this stuff. Okay. Anyway, I'm pretty happy in any case. I think with this scene... Oh, that's so cool, dude. That's so cool. Maybe I want to do like the Studio Ghibli thing of like really, really tall trees. I could do that. We could do like... Hey, Neat Games. You seen Evan around recently, Neat Games? Haven't seen him in ages. Those trees do so much work. They're great. Yeah, I'm a fan of that. We could put some in the nearer ground to give it context. So you go to like here and you go One over here, maybe. Sweet. Yeah, anything to give it depth. And then there's a wisp of something here. This needs to get out of here. And what about this? That's okay. It's like a chasm. Kind of. I don't want it to be too... It's kind of just like a dark void. Anyway. Ooh. No, it's the opposite of that. It's that what it is this whole thing, this whole area is built around this thing. And this is a source where life is growing. So it's not that back there is a bad thing. It's that this whole space is built around this thing in the center. And in fact, this thing in the center is, it's like this. Imagine it's like this. Imagine the gods, when they created the earth, threw a star down this chasm into the earth here. That's the idea. Is there, okay, yeah. In fact, maybe I'll make it so that there's a waterfall here as well. Oh, that makes perfect sense. That's where the water should be coming from. Yeah, this should all be water. Perfect. Now let's add an entire waterfall. What's the impetus for working on this scene? Honestly, if I'm being super duper honest, Swizz was saying that it felt incomplete and that we should put it in a trailer. And so that's basically it actually. I thought it was good enough for the demo, but she's right. If I was going to put it in a trailer, it's something that I should probably consider. Have I? I have used others, but I prefer Ace Bright. Why don't I use others? Because Ace Bright is the best. That's pretty much, that's just a fact. Why is it the best? It's the most, hang on, what's going on with Unity here? Is it my computer? What's happening here? Sorry, there we go. It's the best because it has all of the features that you need, and it doesn't have any of the features you don't need. And the UI is extremely straightforward. It's just very well thought out. Like there's no app that I've ever been able to use as fast as Ace Bright. And I don't think that's just a question of like, because I'm used to it. I think it really is better. It's honestly, I really, really, really believe it's one of the best pieces of software of all time. Like, for what it is, there's literally nothing else that I feel so confidently about. I need to make sure that these here are not lit, all these layers. That's better. Cool. All right. I think we need to blend it in a little bit more, but it's getting there. Like that. That's better. And I want to be careful about framing this. So I have an idea. I will see how that idea pans out. I'll duplicate this and I'll hide and lock this. And the idea will be that I've got like a rock here that's pushing all the water off that way. So it's going and then all this one's going this way. Just want to see what that looks like. Nah. Try to do too much. Thank you. If I give you a situation that you have to make the combat system of, like an indie game, in how much time can you make it? Depends on what it is. I could make it, whatever it is, but it would depend on how complicated the system was. Well, yeah, you know what happened? It's because I separated the ground from the background. So like the nearest ground that's there is here, and then the background I've got over there. So what I will do, I'll give you a little trick here. I'll take this, I'll go over here, I'll make a new layer and I'll paste it again and shift it maybe like, or just leave it as is. Maybe give it a little bit of this color. It's my little trick here. So that now when we go over to here and we look at it, there will be ground there. Needs to be higher up. And also above the waterfall. Cool. Oh, similar to my game. If I had to build a combat system similar to my game, the thing is, Insignia's combat system, there are elements of it that would be very time consuming. And if I was just to take away those elements, it would be very quick. And then like there's a difference between the combat system and then the content that the combat system sort of like occupies. So like, for example, if we were just to say directional parries, a combat system with directional parries, that's no problem as long as you don't need frame specific hitboxes. As soon as you need frame specific hitboxes, well, now I need to build you a hitbox system to author those hitboxes. And that is time consuming. So it's like, what tools do I get to start with is a big part of it. And then if I have to build the tools, which I did for Insignia, it's like, well, maybe it would take about the same time as it took me to make Insignia. Although these days it would take me a lot less time just because I know what I'm doing. I'd probably, with these kinds of things, you think that you get to keep everything you've already done, but sometimes you don't. Sometimes you start and you go, oh, it would have been better if I had done this. And then you end up doing it completely from scratch. So I don't know. It's hard to say, but probably it would take me like 2 or 3 months to get the Insignia system back to where it is. Maybe it would be even better. I got some new tricks up my sleeve in the last 6 months for blending colors. I'm feeling really confident about them. I'm 17 and I'm asking because combat is the main element of my current project and it's a 2D boss rush game where the entire focus is on battling bosses. Yeah, but like, the thing is, what's complicated is like my game, for example, it's an action game, right? If you wanted to do an action game where the hitbox came out on frame 1, you just press the button and you get a hitbox, you could do that in a day. And if you want to make it so that enemies take a certain number of hits instead of giving them health points, and you don't need health bars, that's easy too. If you have a character that doesn't have a lot of animations, like when they attack, their whole body doesn't animate, just the sword animates, easy. As soon as you start going, okay, I want different animations and every animation needs a different, every attack direction needs a different animation. We have dodge roll, we have a duck animation and looking up, and we have guarding, and then we have directional parries from guarding. And as soon as you start going into all of that, and then, how do you make it so that an enemy is weak to this kind of attack and not this kind of attack when they're doing these animations, it starts becoming much, much, much more complicated. And then I would say you're into the years territory. It's going to take you years. Just because there's no way to shortcut some of those features if you want all of them. But if it's just like, I want to make it so that I can run around and hide from a boss when it's doing a special attack, or like I want to be able to do these very specific things, don't be standing on the ground when this attack happens, that kind of stuff. Yeah, you could do that. It's no problem. It's not until you try to make one of these games that you realize like which parts are really, really expensive and which parts are sort of like very cheap, don't cost much at all, not a big deal, take you a day to do. If I animate the waterfall, I'll do it by hand. This is an action adventure. It's a game that I've been making for quite some time. Let me show you some of the combat, and then I'll show you some story maybe. So this is Armin. He's the main character. He's the son of a blacksmith. And this is all like a sword fighting game. So you're kind of like a swordsmith and you're learning the art of blacksmithing. So yeah, that's kind of like what it plays like. And then there's also obviously story and cutscenes and dialogue and blah, 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 all that rest of it. Quests, that sort of thing. Thank you so much, Fizzine. Let me show you something. So the game has, you know, just like a... Hang on, not this part. Well, I suppose I can show you this part. Like, it's got a full story. Anyway, I don't want to spoil anything. Also, a big world map with towns and dungeons and all that sort of thing too. So... Very ambitious. Yeah, I've been working on it for like 9 years already. It's a big game though. It's already really big. Today we're working on a scene that will probably be in a trailer. It'll be on Switch. You can play it with a controller. Can you play it with a controller? Hello? There we go. Yes, you can play it with a controller. Can't see this, but I'm really winning. Whoa. Oh shit. Actually, I might lose this. Oh, I don't have any food. Hey. No, there's not like specific combat music. There are boss fights with combat music, but not like just in the game. Not like while you're running around. Because there's combat all the time when you're out in the wild. It's not like a separate kind of like thing, if you know what I mean. It would be cool to have some things in the foreground here. Something is slowing my PC down and I don't know what it is right now. Just try something for a sec. Hello? Oh, they've gone south. Oh, that's pretty good right there. Hang on. Hey, that's kind of nice. So much depth, huh? Cool. Like, what is that? What are you stuttering for, dude? What is going on? Is it like... No, I'm not closing that. There's not really much open right now. Figma's fine. It's just hitching a lot. It's sitting at 120 just fine. And then it just hitches. Is it the Unity editor maybe? It could just be that Unity's being a bit annoying. It does that sometimes. We'll close it and reopen it. I'm going to take a break anyway. Updates. Background. For Crucible entrance. All right. See you in a bit.
Do you go for a walk today?
Yo, yo. Yo, yo, ma. How do I feel about this? Looks good. Looks good. I hope that the waterfall doesn't distract from the scene. And I've just decided that my lake water is going to go back the opposite direction. Perfect. All right, let's move on from here for now and do a different task. So, I'm feeling a little tired today, chat. I'm not feeling super on top of it. I gotta make a quick phone call, actually. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm just gonna see if I can make an appointment with a mechanic because I've been putting it off for weeks and I really need to do it. I'll be back in a little bit. It's just distracting me, you know, like when you have to do something. I did it. It took me, like, literally, I've been trying to get my car serviced for so long. And every month, it's like I either don't have the cash for it, or I am just too busy, or I'm procrastinating and I put it off. So this is the first time in a long time that I've had like just enough cash to be able to get the car serviced and not worry about money for the week. All right. I think it would be nice for me to tackle this task right now. Since I'm making a lot of scenes, what this does is I've got this system that attaches like thumbnails to the game for the world map, right? So it creates these thumbnails and attaches them to what are called scene meta files. And the problem is, right now, when I make a new snapshot, it doesn't automatically create and pull it into the scene meta. Or when I create a new scene, it doesn't automatically take a snapshot and load it in. So I'm having to think about, I guess, what that is, what that requires. So let's just see if we can replicate the issue first and then figure it out from there. So we'll do another one of these. So it's let's call it a level template scene in Ridgelands Wet. And we'll call it Plunge Test 2. Now that, nothing should happen when I do that. Then when I drag this in, that's got a screenshot, and that's to do with scene graph, but this doesn't have, it just won't be there, right? It'll be, I'll have to add or fix the current scene. And if I was to go here and add it, I could add or fix current scene, and then it throws an error. Because then I have to go to scene instance collection and import snapshots, and then it'll be right. Okay, so it's the import snapshots operation that needs to happen that's currently not happening. So let's look at why we have to do that in the first place. So for each scene meta, find the snapshot, and if it's null, assign it here. Now we could probably do this from that other editor, which means we wouldn't have to do it here. We could just do it on focus. If the meta is empty, look for the file and attach it immediately. That would save us the energy. So maybe we could take this snapshot path There we go. So we could just say here, this is a preview texture. It's a texture 2D. Preview texture equals. So I want to load this preview texture in. Essentially, anytime we on focus, okay. So, pardon me. Import snapshots. So maybe what we should be able to do is have the scene meta class be able to retrieve its own snapshot. If the snapshot is not null, then it's just that. And this is load asset at path, snapshot path. Otherwise, how does this work? No snapshot found for scene name. Attempt to create one from the scene graph container. I don't think we need to do that. I think we could just do this. This is the scene meta window, right? Do we have an object that's like a target called meta? Surely. What the hell? How does this exist? How is this possible? Whoops. Whoops. What the heck? What the heck is happening? This draw scene meta happens where? Here? On GUI, where current scene meta equals current GUID. Jesus. Okay, well, we can fix this. Duh. A lot of expensive searches here because what I was doing was previously this lived in a different editor that didn't have any context of the current scene. Now this editor shows up specifically when I'm opening a scene. So I can search it once and then I've just got it. Yay. Okay, do they all work like that? I go to any old scene? Good. Very good. And let's just say I bring in you. Not bad. That worked. However, that already, I think, had a thing on it. So maybe we'll just do one more. It did work. That's good. Not sure how I feel about having to click it every time, but it does work without me having to go back to the scene instance collection and fix that. So I call that a win. And I suppose I could keep all that logic and not have created these extra scenes just to test it. What's happening right now? So then all of these go away. Updates. Scene meta importer to bring in its own screenshot. Cool. All right, be right back. 1 sec. Alrighty. Oh, chat, what's next? He said, what? Oh, chat. I'm not feeling myself today. I'm feeling really tired at the moment. I feel like I kind of just want to go into like autopilot focus mode or something for a bit. I just need something that I can sort of switch my brain off and do. Maybe we'll just chat for a bit. That's what you're here for, right? What's going on, chat? Talk to me. I'll just rest my eyes, but you just say stuff. Tell me what's going on. Any good games you're playing, or videos that you've watched, or creators that you like that you've been tuning into recently? Ugh. Wooden Godot and Blender. How does everyone feel about like yes, Saros just came out. How is that? You enjoying that? I didn't play Returnal, so I'm not sure. Apparently Saros is like game of the year. That's what people are saying. I like GD's script. I thought it was nice, as someone who also writes in C#. Hey, Bottom Tap Mater. Welcome. I quite like GD script. It feels the way you write it feels like C# to me, or at least it feels like I could write in C# with a translation. You know, like I'm writing what I would write in C# with like minor grammatical differences, like you know. Oh, tap water. I didn't even see. That looked like Meta to me. I think it's the font that I use for the events. Bot on tap water. Welcome. What do you think of Unity dropping the new beta AI? I haven't seen what they do. Unity beta AI. Let's have a look. Am I reading any manga? I have been reading Berserk, and I watched, they did a new fan. In fact, we could probably watch this, except for the fact that it's kind of adult. The Dark Age. This honestly really, really impressed me. This is a fan creation of the Berserk anime, but it's like a season 2. It's like if the original 1997 anime got a season 2. The voice acting's not as good, but the actual good. Sorry, I'm talking while I'm fiddling with my microphone. Let's skip ahead. Let's not skip ahead. There's so much violence in this goddamn show. Like here maybe? What? Here. Like this is the anime. This is exactly what it looked like, you know? Fans made this. This isn't even from the manga. This is something that people made. It's great. Anyway, let's have a look at what Unity's cooking up. What harebrained schemes they've got going on now. This already like isn't like, that is not a game I would want to play just based on what they showed. Like just the little bit that they showed. It's like, would I want to play a game where you drive around a loop like this? With like a little minigun going brrr. It doesn't look that fun. Like, you could probably make this in a day anyway. Yeah. I mean, the point is obviously that you can do all this stuff in Unity now, but I just think like, as with most AI, the problem's going to be that like, it won't be useful for games that you made yourself, and it'll only really be useful for games where you've already been inside of an AI kind of pipeline, where the kinds of assets you're working with, the kind of asset pipeline that you're working with is like as non-overlapping as possible, like the fewest dependencies possible. You know what I mean? Like it's already really clear what kind of games AI is capable of making, and not just capable, what kind of games it's good at making. It's not good at making very, what's the word? All of the things that I would consider are necessary ingredients for a good game are not the kind, they're not the things that AI is good at. I feel like, you know, making topology or like creating a rudimentary character controller, it's like, that's not where the good is. You know what I mean? And a lot of the artistry here, what would make this game good and not an AI sloppy thing, would be all the bits that aren't there right now. And unfortunately, like, it's not the delta between like a good game and a bad game, or a good game that's not a good game made by humans and a bad game made by AI. The difference is not sliders. It's not just, oh, play with these sliders, change these values. Like this thing here, this is not the thing that you'll do that takes it from a meh game to a good game. There's like a whole bunch of like code related stuff that you'll probably still have to do that will be harder because of the AI. That's my concern. My concern is that the jump is actually going to get harder to cross. Something like this. I'll give you the analogy. It's like, if you want to like make a paper plane or like teach a bird to fly or something, right? You have a small thing that can fly. And for the small thing to fly, you probably need like a pathway where you start with like a small task and then it goes, woo, and it fails. And then you give it a slightly bigger task and it goes, woo, and then it goes up at the end and then drops and fails. And then eventually you drop it from like a really high cliff and it goes flap, 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 and flies away. That's like an analogy for what a game developer is. A game developer and a game development project need to like be built small and tested, and then a little bit bigger and then tested, and then really big. And my fear is that what all that AI does is it takes your little baby bird plane developer and says, hey, you think you can drop off this cliff, right? Look at how quickly we can get you up to the top cliff, drop. And suddenly it's like, there's never a chance for you to learn how to make good games or like how to be a good developer, good practices, principles. You sort of just get like given too much elevation too early. And then now you have to balance and refactor and fix this like giant chasm and find a way to fly out. And I just think that this making the AI better is not the same as making you better. And I think you'll still need to be good. That's my fear. AI doesn't make you a better developer, but you still need to be a good developer. Like you almost, this game goes from a crappy game to a good game, not because better AI. It goes from a crappy game to a good game because of a good developer. So handing a bunch of junior developers a game that was made, a really impressive game that was made by AI, doesn't then make it easier for them to polish that game and release it as a good game. Yeah. And this happens a lot, I think. There's this promise of this will make your life better. This will make it easier for you to achieve your dreams, but this won't make it easier for you to achieve your dreams. It might make it easier for you to make something closer to your dream, but again, you still need to be able to make your own dream yourself. You still need to be responsible for that code, for all that, the project, right? All of the work that needs to be done to make sure it's actually good, which I swear to God is so much work. That's still ahead of you, even if you get through the early part quite quickly. That's my fear. Like right now, I would say one of the biggest challenges that game development has is the barrier for entry. It is a challenge, and it's a difficult challenge. Like it's something that if we could overcome it, it would be great, because people think of games, I think, as like either novelties or stories. And being a game developer means being able to tell your stories. And lots of people have good ideas, or ideas they think are good and that they want to test out as a developer, that they never really get a chance to because it's so hard to make games. And so the idea that like this will democratize game development, it's a neat idea. Like I'm not against it. I don't want to gatekeep what game development is. It doesn't make me, I don't feel like, what's the word? Good about the idea of gatekeeping game development. I just don't see AI as being something that will require you to be less skilled in order to achieve that dream. I just think you'll need even more skill than you did before. In my brief experience with it. So the people who go, oh, now I can just download Unity and like make a game. I'll just be the game director. It's like being a game director is really hard. That's like the hardest job I've ever had to learn. It's so difficult to have good vision and guide something to a point of actual like market viability in a way that's genuinely, you know, interesting and novel and worth people's money. That's really, really difficult. Even if you have skilled people working for you. I don't think games will get better, Question. I don't think that's actually what's going to happen. I don't think that the missing ingredient behind games being good or bad was like whether or not we had AI. Like some of my favorite games of all time were made in a time when games were really, really hard to make. I don't even think games get better. Like it's not even a question of like if the tooling gets better, do better games get made. I'm not even sure that's an assumption I would be prepared to make. Why do you're saying that you're saying that what I think is good is merely subjective because I grew up in a time that's not today? I disagree with that. I actually think that like I have a feeling that a lot of gaming is kind of propped up by older people right now. I think proportionately more older people are playing games now than younger people. Compared to how many they were when we were younger. That is to say, I think that the proportion of adults playing games has gone up. And I don't think that it's that tastes have changed. I think gaming has become maybe a little bit less popular among young people. And there are fewer games being played by younger people. Like Roblox, if you play a ton of Roblox, I don't think that's like that's not, you probably don't identify with video gaming as like a thing. You probably just like hanging out with your friends online. But in terms of like caring about the game development industry or the medium or enjoying games as something that is like a beyond just like somebody who would go to a game, what's the word? Not a festival, a convention. You know, someone who would consider themselves like a fan of video games. I think there are fewer people on average, or I would say like that's aging, maybe. But what is, let's identify what gamers in general means. That's what I'm trying to say. What is gamers in general? What does that look like? What are the demographics of gamers in general? I think the difference here is that you probably see this as like a market thing, and I see it as like an art form thing. So for me, like I could give you an objective standard on what I thought a healthy game development industry was and what a technically good game is. I could probably define what I think is an objective standard on that. Not based on the content as far as like whether it's like a genre that I like or not, but in terms of the competence of how it was made and the expression that the creators were trying to, you know, evoke or whatever. Like people's ability to express themselves through games as a medium. I think that is becoming harder to do for developers, because I think on average, there are more developers who don't have the right expectations or process or guidance to become technically proficient at expressing themselves through games as a medium. I mean, I would still say that, like, Fortnite is not like the worst example. They're not the worst offender in this. It's not even like, oh, Fortnite exists, therefore games are getting worse. It's like, I don't know when the last, like, I think it's like the games that are coming out that I would consider like instant classics as a proportion of games, I think is getting smaller. Like it's been a while since I've played a game that I thought had the directorial proficiency of, I don't know, even like The Last of Us. And I know that those studios exist. Like there are still like massive studios making like really cinematic, amazing games. That's true. That it is true. But I feel like those studios are the same studios that were making those games 5 or 10 years ago. And I think like, you know, like Clair Obscur isn't like, that doesn't fix everything. Just saying, oh, but Clair Obscur, like, yeah, that's great. No, I just think like, I don't know. Maybe this is something where like what's the word? Maybe I am being, my perspective is skewed because the spaces that I'm familiar with are different. They've changed, those spaces, in a way that I think is concerning. The things that I'm mostly concerned about, I would also say, are not things that I expect consumers will feel for a little while, but I think they will feel them. I feel like I can say, and like a friend of like me and my close friends who have been following games for a long time could probably say, man, game's getting a little bit worse, like on average. And we might be able to have some sort of argument for or against that point. But I feel like the average consumer won't be able to, they probably won't even notice that they think that until like 5 years after the fact. For example, films, I think, are worse. Let's pick a different industry that's following the same curve. I think film is worse today than 20 years ago. Hands down, without question. I would say I would take the 2000s as a decade of film. I would take that over the 2010s and the 2020s without question, any day of the week. I think those movies are better. And it's not like just me being biased. Like I couldn't, if I was trying to show my nieces and nephews like good movies, they haven't seen like anything like Harry Potter or like Pirates of the Caribbean or like Lord of the Rings. Like that doesn't exist today for them. The closest thing is like Avengers Endgame, you know? Like Dune is not Star Wars. It's good, but it's not, it's sort of different. It's not really that. And even Star Wars is not Star Wars. Have I shown them those movies? Oh, their mum doesn't let them watch them. They're not allowed to watch movies. Many movies. But I would say even beyond my nieces and nephews, like, I think Harry Potter is still incredibly, it's probably still one of the most lucrative franchises. Yeah. Like if you look at like merchandise, I think Harry Potter still gets merchandised like crazy. If you go to like a random department, like a department store, or like, like if I'm buying pajamas for kids, for my nieces and nephews or something, there'll be like a Harry Potter set. But there's no like equivalent of that. There's no like, what's the word? The Hunger Games set, or like, any of those other like young adult shows, because those all came after Harry Potter and they're not as good. Like K-pop Demon Hunters is good, but it's not like a Pixar movie. Like it's not like, it's good. It's a good film. I enjoyed it, but there's like a difference. There's like a difference in quality, particularly like how personal some of those movies felt. Even cartoons, like Avatar: The Last Airbender is getting like a fighting game and a new movie or whatever it is that's coming out. Like those are like, Avatar is like when I was a kid. Like, why is that the next big like film in like kids Western animation? I don't know. Maybe again, I could be biased. I probably am biased. I don't have any qualms about that. I'm sure I'm biased. I'm not even sure that like kids have watched old movies. Like this is also a generational thing. I'm going somewhere with this. It's not just old man yelling at cloud. When I was growing up, like in the 90s, you didn't just watch media that was created for your generation, because you didn't get a choice. In the 90s, you watched whatever was on TV, and through the week, movies that would be on were old movies. TV shows that would be on would be old TV shows. Music that would play on the radio would be old music. Some new music too, but you get a lot of old music. So in the 90s, I knew who Elvis Presley was. I knew who Michael Jackson was. I knew who the Beatles were. I knew, like, you could go back, 2, 3, 4 generations, 3 generations, and like I knew who Charlie Chaplin was, or Shirley Temple. It wasn't like I only knew about 90s stuff. It's not like I only knew who Brad Pitt was. But I feel like today's generation has a lot less reason to go and understand or watch, because they're not forced to. They have so much choice over their content. Like, if you just like flick around on your iPad, you're not going to find stuff from 50, 60, 70 years ago. The content's just not relevant to you anymore. But it was relevant to us because it was what was on TV. So, like, yeah, I've watched like 2001: A Space Odyssey, or like the original Blade Runner, or you know, Psycho or The Shining, you know, like I've seen those movies because they were on, you know, they were on like a Sunday afternoon. I've seen Ben-Hur. I watched Ben-Hur at like 12 years old at my nan's house because it was on TV on a Sunday afternoon, you know, or like Errol Flynn movies. I don't think kids today are watching those movies. And those movies were old when I was a kid. They weren't new, and they weren't new by like decades, right? Like I've seen probably like all the Elvis movies, maybe all of them, at least like 50, 60% of them. And they're not like great movies, but I've seen them. And so I think like I'm able to say like, oh yeah, like Jaws is good or bad for these reasons, or I really like, you know, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, or I really like E.T. for these reasons, or, you know, you can comment on Steven Spielberg's career and say, oh, the high point here I think is Raiders of the Lost Ark. That's a great movie. I think Raiders of the Lost Ark is an incredible movie. That movie is not, it was never new for me. That was old from the day I was born. That was an old movie. So I don't think it's a valid argument to say that like kids not liking old things is like a guarantee. You know, you could just assume, oh, new humans don't like things that old humans liked because kids don't look at old things. I don't think that's really relevant. And if it is, it's kind of sad because there's like a lot of really good media back there that if you don't understand what made that good then, you won't understand how to make good things today. I don't think good changes. Really? You think good changes? Wow. Do you mean like you think the standard gets bigger, like higher? Or do you mean like literally qualitatively it changes? Like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein is still a good book. That's a good book. That was written like, what, almost 200 years ago now? 150 years ago? People still read like, I don't know if they still read Huckleberry Finn, but they still read like, there is still classics in literature that people go and read. I mean, Shakespeare is still good. Is Shakespeare less good today than it was 200 years ago? I'm actually curious. Do you guys really think that? You really don't think Shakespeare is good? Even like the Bible has good stories in it. There are some really good stories in the Bible. I don't think they're necessarily true, but I think they're good stories. This is a bad argument. Books do not evolve, games do. what does it mean for games to evolve, though? Do games evolve? How are games really not just texts, just like everything else? What is evolution in this context? You mean just like graphical potential? Being able to show things that look prettier? I don't really think that like the technical barrier for a game to be good or bad, I think has been pretty much the same since about 2012, I would say. Any game that came out in 2012 could come out today. I mean, they are coming out today. This is what I'm talking about. Assassin's Creed Black Flag is coming out this year. It's getting remade or whatever. And that game came out in 2012. That's a 2012 game with like a 2026 skin on it. But the game is from 2012. So games really haven't changed since the PS3 era. The way we play games hasn't changed. You have the same controller with the same buttons, the same everything. They look prettier, but that's not... The game is not a better game. It's just a better looking game, but it's not a better text. And when you think about the game, if I think about Assassin's Creed Black Flag, okay, the game, in my memory, the impact that it has on me is absolutely independent of the graphics. And in fact, if you show me the graphics on the new version, my brain will retrofit the experience I had in 2011 or whenever that game came out and go, oh yeah, it always looked like this. Like, that's how little graphics matter. Your brain just goes, yeah. After about 10 minutes of playing a game. But it won't do that for the composition. So like, a really beautiful scene is not the same as good graphics. A really well-shot frame is not the same as photorealistic lighting. Those are different things. I was saying this yesterday. There is a huge difference between a good photo and a realistic photo. Every photo is realistic, right? It's just taking in the light that it sees. So every photo is photoreal. Not every photo is a good photo. What determines a good photo hasn't changed, even if we have more megapixels. What determines a good game hasn't changed, even if we have better graphics. What do you think of that? Vampire Survivors is not an evolution in gaming though. Dude, Vampire Survivors is like a 2005 Newgrounds game. Do you know how many games just like Vampire Survivors there were on Newgrounds? I must have played like 100 of those games. Dude, yes, incrementals was super popular. Every Flash game was an incremental. Hola. I'm not saying, hang on a second. Let's just pause. I'm not saying that games have nowhere to go. I'm saying what makes a good game has not changed. I'm not saying we've made every game that will come out. I'm saying the standard that you will judge old games or new games is the same, in my opinion. What people consider good, the criteria that one has to assess to say, oh yeah, that was a good game or that was a bad game. I don't think that has changed. I don't think it can change. I think like the human psychology is pretty much the same, unless humans evolve to like different things. But culture is cyclical. Culture changes, but it doesn't change in a measurable, quantitative way. It just changes. It just explores slightly different territory for a bit before it comes back. Like it just sort of meanders in a space, but it's not like becoming a different thing. Right, but if you talk about Kingdom Hearts as a game today, people don't talk about like, oh, like the voice acting's not that good. I mean, maybe to some extent you do, but like whether it's a game that like deserves a remake, for example, a game that deserves or doesn't deserve a remake, you would say, well, good games deserve remakes and bad games don't. Like Ocarina of Time probably deserves a remake more than, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a mediocre game from the PlayStation 1 era. I don't know. The Die Hard game on PS1. Why is that? Why does Ocarina of Time deserve a remake? Well, for me, and maybe this is something that I have a feeling, and again, could be personal bias, but I really think that like you can't have a deep experience with a game that doesn't have a way of creating narrative, because there's nothing to remember. A game can't be memorable if it doesn't have a way of being a text. So like, I can say like Fortnite is a good game. I can say that, but it's probably not going to be a game that I remember. It's probably not going to be a game that I would want like remade, or that I would care about after it's not popular. Because what makes Fortnite good is everybody else playing it. What makes Fortnite good is the same thing that made PUBG good, and the same thing that made Ring of Elysium good, and the same thing that made Counter-Strike gun game good. It was, oh yeah, all my friends are playing it, and there's lots of people and you shoot them. I don't care. If Fortnite got deleted tomorrow and a new game came out that was exactly Fortnite, or like, you know, not exactly Fortnite, but a battle royale game, I would be playing that just as happily, and it wouldn't affect me. And I think all the kids would too. All the kids who play Fortnite would be playing that instead, whatever that game is. Because it's not like that Fortnite's good, it's just that like we need something to do, and that happens to be a game that gives you something to do. Because it happens to be the one that we decided we'd all play. But Fortnite could easily have been a flop. The Fortnite of 2010? Probably Counter-Strike Go. I mean, not Counter-Strike Go. Maybe, yeah, CSGO. But I suppose if you want something more accessible than that, exactly like Fortnite was, I mean, it was COD, right? COD was the Fortnite. Yeah, Black Ops. Yeah. And before that, it was Halo. 2006, it was Halo 2. We all played the shit out of Halo. Oh yeah, nobody. I wasn't really into COD. I was more of a Halo kid. I don't remember. I genuinely don't remember. I played COD a lot at my friends' houses, but like I don't remember one of them, and I don't care about them. And I think that aspect of Call of Duty having that effect and Fortnite having the effect that it has is like identical. Like, I don't think that like times have changed and people will feel differently about certain kinds of games. I don't think that's true. And before gacha games, it was MMOs. It was the same thing. The people who are like obsessed with Zenless Zone Zero or Genshin Impact, they were the people who were obsessed with World of Warcraft. I made my point. I made it like 10 minutes ago. What makes a good game hasn't changed. And probably won't change. And the degree to which games as a technology affect what we think is good or bad, because it's like, for example, Pong is as good as it could have been because it's Pong and it was only on an Atari or whatever. Okay, fine. And by about 2012, we'd pretty much solved that question of like, if there's something that you want to be able to put in a video game as a single player experience, that we can do it. You could pretty much do anything you wanted to do on 2012 hardware. That's my opinion. Hardware is not the bottleneck, and it's not a cultural question either. That's what I think. It's not cultural and it's not technological. Like Journey came out in 2012 or whenever it did. It might have been earlier. Journey was an amazing game, but if Journey hadn't come out and it came out today, it would have the same effect that it had then, because it does something special that no game did before it, and there's nothing that is gated by time about that. I don't think things go bad if they're good. That's what I'm saying. I think truly good things don't go bad. Truly good things age really well. I don't think Lord of the Rings is ever going to age. I think you could watch Lord of the Rings 100 years from now and like it. And I really don't think that's just me as a millennial who, someone who was young when that movie came out. I don't think that's just me saying that. do you find the cave paintings from the Stone Age beautiful? When you say cave paintings, you're describing something that is equivalent to like the first video game, like Asteroids or Pong. I can find those beautiful, and I can also find them limited, and I can appreciate them for what they were. So yeah, I can. And you know what? Whether or not I could find cave paintings beautiful is not going to change 10,000 years from now. The things that, if I look at a cave painting and say, that looks good, just because those cave paintings were done 10,000 years ago, someone 10,000 years from now is not going to find them twice as unappetizing or unpalatable. They're going to look at them the same way I'm looking at them and say, oh, for their time, this is what they were, and I can appreciate what it is. But works of like literary genius are not just good because they were good for the time. They're good because they're good. Because they speak to the reader in a way that is masterful. Like mastery doesn't age. Good for its time is not what I'm describing here. I'm not saying Shakespeare was good for its time. Shakespeare is good today, as good as it was when it came out. That's what I think. What do you think about that? And that's how many hundreds of years ago? I've already made the point. I really think that like Ben-Hur is a good film. I think that Shakespeare, Othello is a good play. They still do that. They still do Macbeth in theaters. We still listen to Beethoven. Like that, all that stuff didn't disappear. No one goes, Tchaikovsky, that's no good. Unless you're just uncultured and you don't know how to appreciate things. But lack of education or culture is not a youth thing in terms of, it's not that all culture ages. It's that all people who have no experience will not have the ability to appreciate culture until they grow up. But once they grow up, enough to at least be able to have like a literary, to be able to do literary critique, to have literary, like media literacy. I think anyone who is like media literate can appreciate Shakespeare. That's what I'll say. If you can't look at Hamlet or Macbeth or A Midsummer Night's Dream, if you can't consume that media and understand what makes it good, I don't know if we can like have this conversation. But it's not a bad argument. No. My argument holds up. If I can name anything from history that's still good today, then my argument holds up. Just because you can say that some things are bad that are old, that doesn't undo the fact that there are some things that are good. And the things that are good, whatever it is that makes them still good, that's proof that there is such a thing as timelessness. If anything is still good, then there is such a thing as timelessness. You can't just say some things went old and so it's equivalent. Because you have to be able to explain why some things are still good. I agree, lots of things that were considered good at their time became outdated. But I don't think that those things were that good to begin with. Something that's like technically impressive for its time is not the same as being good art. Like, for example, I don't think, personally, I don't think that the first Star Wars movies are very good. I don't think that they are. I think Star Wars as a collection, as a world, is very impressive, but I don't think that Star Wars, like Episode 4 or Episode 5, I don't think they're very good films. And I think that the degree to which they're not very good films, they age a lot. Even Phantom Menace, it dates itself very, in a very pronounced way. You can really tell that George Lucas is not a passionate filmmaker. He's a world builder and an editor. But you can look at, like, I really think that, say, Raiders of the Lost Ark will stand up for 300 years. I think that, like, those movies are Spielberg's, like, 80s, 70s, 80s, 90s. I think a lot of those movies will just hold up indefinitely. There are good things about Star Wars, and all media has good and bad aspects. I know Raiders is George Lucas, but it's I feel like Spielberg kept him in check, right? It's a Lucasfilm film, but it was like the A team of filmmaking. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of what I think makes Star Wars good is like, even like John Williams. I think John Williams' contribution is like actually incredible. So much of what makes all of the movies in that period, the last like 50 years, amazing, is that they have an amazing musical score that supports the story in ways that the frame can't always. But I really think Harry Potter as a children's series will stand up for like a century. Like I just think that. I think if you're a child, if you're 8 and you watch Harry Potter today, or if you're 8 10 years ago or 20 years ago or 10 years from now or 20 years from now, I think you'll find that very compelling. Because there's nothing about it that dates it, first of all. Second of all, they're absolutely, what's the word? As a human experience, even now, I think like the production, world building, characterization, storytelling, musical score, drama across the films, like practical effects, those things are all A-class and will remain A-class probably forever. And the parts that age, I think, are probably immaterial when it comes to Harry Potter. Like, there are some special effects in Harry Potter that you'll look at and go, that wasn't so good. Maybe the basilisk won't look so good, you know, in Harry Potter 2, 50 years from now. We'll look at it and go, that looks, or even now, if I looked at it, I might be able to say, that looks very CGI. But like, I don't think that Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean 2 will ever look bad. I think that looks incredible today, and it looked incredible in 2000 and whatever, 9. And I think those films will stand up to the degree that they are good films. They will still be good films. Like when we say like movies have gotten worse, we're not saying technology's gotten worse, right? Technology's gotten better. Why are movies getting worse? I can tell you why movies have gotten worse. I feel like everybody who cares about film can tell you why movies have gotten worse. I've seen videos on YouTube from like probably every single technical discipline in filmmaking explain why their particular technical discipline in filmmaking has suffered in the last 15 years. From like lighting to editing to like the lenses of the films to casting and like how they do production, like pre-production. Like I think even like practical effects and special effects, you can watch YouTube videos of like literally every discipline, and someone will be writing, they'll say, 15, 20 years ago we were doing this, and these days we don't do that anymore. And it hasn't been replaced by something that's better. It's been replaced by like, this is cheaper, so this is what we do now. Like LED lighting in films. Or the lack of like proper like lenses on the lights in the films. So by this logic, the only way to tell if something is good is if it ages well. But there are things that are good now that will not be good later. Well, Kyrie Holic, why don't you give me some examples of what you think? If you tell me some examples of things that you think are genuinely good now that won't be good later, then we can talk about it. But you can't just say that on its own. The burrito I ate this morning. Elvis was considered popular. I don't think Elvis was considered like particularly good. Elvis wasn't like an original artist. He is very well known for like basically just ripping off a bunch of other artists. He was still a phenomenon. He was a good performer. I think he's still considered a good performer. But he wasn't like, a songwriter. And honestly, I do think a lot of the Beatles music still holds up. I think the Beatles are still good. And they were like OG pop. They were like what created pop music. If you can't enjoy any Beatles songs, again, I feel like I feel bad for you. I mean, they don't have to be your thing, but like you can at least appreciate that they're good. Oh, dude, Ray Charles? Yeah. So much music, so much of modern music is based on the fact that old music was good. Or like so much of like modern pop music is just ripping off old pop music. If old stuff couldn't be good, we wouldn't do that. We would just keep making new stuff. So much of music is about ripping off old music. I still don't like, basically as far as like where I stand on this topic, I won't yield my point unless somebody can make an argument that like there is a specific or technical reason why people change in a way that means that they can't appreciate old media. If that argument can't be made, then I feel like my argument just stands. If the definition of good, if you can make a real argument, if anybody can make a real argument that the definition of good has changed, and by good I mean not just popular, but like special, really special. Classic, the things that get called classics. If those things, if you can make an argument that like we genuinely don't care about those things or we don't like them or whatever, in honestly, I'll give you, you can have like whatever medium you want. We can talk it out. But I really think that for the most part, if something is creates like a deep human experience, I think that's just pretty much eternal because people don't change, in my opinion. Times change, sure, but people don't. Technology changes, sure, but technology is not media. Technology is just the tools that you use to make the media. Good tools doesn't mean good outcome. And in fact, I'm almost prepared to make the argument that good tools sometimes means worse outcomes. This is where we started on the unity conversation, because I really think that having convenience makes you less driven to do the things that are hard. And I think a lot of what makes particularly storytelling, but definitely game development really good is about levels of care that are very expensive. I don't think that the human experience, I mean, let's put it this way. Unless humans bioengineer themselves into a different organism that has different brain chemistry and different interpretations of the world, like if we're literally living in the Matrix, sure. But humans 10,000 years ago and humans today are the same species, and we have the same neural patterns and the same understandings of what is aesthetic and what aren't, what is not. Like you can listen to music from 1,000 years ago and it's still, if people danced to it then, you'll be able to dance to it today. Even 10,000 years ago. Like what was considered, like rhythm has not changed. The concept of rhythm, how rhythm works, or key has not changed. Music, the structure of music foundationally has not changed. It's something that we kind of almost discover more so than like devise. Tell me something you like before 10,000 years ago. Okay, sure. There are stories that the Aboriginal culture has. I actually learned about this recently. There's a common parable that's shared amongst a number of cultures, very disparate cultures, like Aboriginal cultures, African cultures, Mesopotamian, I think it's in Iran. They have this parable, this story about three sisters who are chasing a snake, I think it is. It's like a man who turned into a snake or something like that. And like, yeah, exactly, Gilgamesh, right? Like there are stories that are 10,000 years old and many of them are good. I mean, they're good. The reason why we even know about them is because they're good. Because they were carried down for like generations and generations. You never heard about Tidlick the frog? Here you go. Tidlick the frog, a well-known Aboriginal Dreamtime story. Okay. How old is the Tidlick the frog story? 60,000 years old. Wow. I was told that story when I was about 8. I thought it was pretty good. That's the story. Once upon a time, a long, long time ago in the dream time, lived a frog called Tidlick. Tidlick was the largest frog in the entire world. One very warm morning, he woke up feeling very, very thirsty and started to drink the fresh water. He drank and drank, and he kept drinking until the fresh water in the entire billabong was gone. A billabong is like a natural kind of creek, lake, and it's scarce, right? Seasonal water. So the idea that the water was all drunk is, it's a cautionary thing, right? Like it's precious. When all the other animals arrived at the billabong to get their morning drink, they found it was all dried up. This made them very sad. They knew Tidlick the frog had drunk all the water. It's a story about greed, right? They knew that they needed to come up with a plan to get the water back, but they did not know how. They thought and they thought and they thought until they realized the best way to get the water back was to make Tidlick laugh. Anyway, story goes on. It's a good story. It's valuable. If you are trying to teach a child about resources and treating resources with respect and scarcity, this is a good story. 60,000 years old. Still pretty good. You could teach your kid that today as a nursery rhyme or like a child's story. You do not need different brain chemistry for you to perceive media differently. Exposure to techniques, tropes, etc. makes a big difference. For example, you can see plot twists for older movies coming from a mile away now. You can still appreciate a movie, but you will not watch it in the same way as a person who saw it when it came out. I don't think that stops someone from appraising a work of fiction being good or not. Particularly the idea that like novelty makes something good. I reject that. I don't think that novelty is a particularly important factor. It's probably one of the worst things that you could judge. I mean, like, I wouldn't say that like a story is good because it's original. That's not really relevant to me. Like, Frankenstein is not good because it's original. So yeah, of course, if you watch like, you know, some old, like, even like Ridley Scott, the Alien movies, like, yeah, you could probably figure out what's going to happen. But that doesn't mean that it's not a good film. On that basis anyway. And I would say that like the idea that something would be good or bad purely on its ability, like to the degree that something is good or bad due to its ability to sort of like surprise you, I think that's quite shallow. I don't think that that's like a particularly valuable quality. In fact, I think anticipation is probably one of the more effective storytelling, dramatic mechanisms, right? Knowing what's going to happen before it happens is huge in storytelling. So I'm not super convinced that like being able to say, I saw this coming makes something good or bad. Even like the Star Wars stuff, like I knew that Vader was Luke's father before I saw Star Wars because I'd seen Toy Story 2. That doesn't mean, like, that's not what I use to determine that as being a good or bad story. I don't go, oh, I guess I know what's going to happen. Like, that's not, yeah, I don't know. For me, at least, that's not really that important. But I would say Prow Pro, and this is kind of like my whole point, I think that having more media allows us to look back at older media and see with even more confidence that there is some old media that's better than new media. Like being able to look back at all of it, I think it's quite easy to see when something made an impact that would be lasting. It mightn't be that obvious at the time, but looking back, you can see. At least I think I can. Like, I genuinely think, for example, that the Avengers films, not the films themselves, but the way that all of those films culminated in the Avengers films and then Infinity War and Endgame, I think that that is brilliant. And I think that that will shine for as long as those movies are actually still watchable. I think anybody watching those movies will be able to appreciate how incredible it was to spin one huge story together out of so many disparate movies. I think it's a storytelling marvel to be able to do that. And it's not novel. Novelty is not what makes it a marvel. What makes it a marvel, what makes it incredible is more to do with the appreciating the brilliance in the machinations that had to go into, like the storytelling machinations that had to be built to see such disparate things coalesce towards each other and unite into one big story at the end. That's like, it's like looking at like a piece of architecture. It's like looking at the Sagrada Familia and going, oh my God, they friggin' built this thing. It's like Stonehenge is impressive. Stonehenge is not novel, but it's impressive. And it's not less impressive just because we could build one today. Sometimes knowing when something was made makes it more impressive. I would say, on the same merit that Avengers is good, Game of Thrones, particularly seasons, Game of Thrones is many things, let's be clear. Game of Thrones is a book series, it's multiple TV shows, it's a franchise. Game of Thrones, the book series, is compelling, and the things that make it compelling will remain compelling. So the mastery in the writing, identifying that part of Game of Thrones and saying, wow, this is really amazing, that will be worth celebrating forever. The TV series, particularly the first 5.5, maybe 6 seasons if you're generous, will also be considered good for the reasons that the writing is good. Game of Thrones as a TV show holistically, we may say it's flawed, but that something being flawed doesn't stop the good parts from being good. Being able to say Game of Thrones has good writing, particularly like being specific, Game of Thrones seasons 1 to 5 are written incredibly. That will be true forever. That's my opinion. We don't have to make blanket statements about things to identify what's good. You know, we're not looking at a big circle and saying, is the circle white or black? No, you can say, well, like this part's white and this part's black. That's true. It's kind of not valuable. It's not really valuable to make blanket judgment statements on entire media or entire works. But the qualities that make something white or black or good or bad, those qualities don't change, in my opinion, and are identifiable, and you can call them out and you can examine them and critique them, and for old media and new media. I can say Somewhere Over the Rainbow is an incredible song, an original song written for The Wizard of Oz, and remains so whether or not I think the special effects in The Wizard of Oz are particularly good by today's standards. Surely we can say that. No, not really. I've never felt good about a piece of media and then felt bad about it later. But I've never felt that before. Have you? In terms of like just talking about how quality is. Right, but Zoronak, we're talking about what makes a game good. We're talking about this in the face of a conversation about artificial intelligence, and we're talking about it specifically in the notion, will AI make games better? And what I'm saying is, if people don't know how to make good things, it doesn't matter how good the toolkits are. And good things don't change. What makes something good doesn't change, is my opinion. The Mario 64 control scheme. Yeah, but like nobody liked the N64 controller when it came out. Mario is a good game despite those things. Mario 64 is still considered one of the best games of all time. So you don't like Mario 64 because of its control scheme? Is it a bad game now? Something being state of the art. Again, the problem that I have here is that we're talking about technology as a way to talk about art. Mario 64's control scheme was limited by the controller, and the controller was limited by the technology that they could put into controllers. So saying you don't like Mario 64's control scheme has nothing to do with Mario 64 as an exercise in design, because it was limited. And in fact, for the time, it was the best possible control scheme that anyone had ever seen. No one had ever seen a 3D platformer before. And Mario 64 was the best one for like many years. Now, did better technological advancements come out that made the technology better? Sure. It's become easier to consume platformers, and the user experience design of platformers has improved as the technology has improved. But as an exercise in design, the game, Mario 64, I think is as impressive today as it was, maybe more impressive, knowing when it was made. That's how I feel about it. I think it's a classic. Maybe it's less... Like, I guess what I'm really trying to say is the things that made Mario good have not changed. That's what I'm trying to say. And I think that's all I've been trying to say. The things that made that game good then are the same things that would make a game good today. Like, a good control scheme is the same. Not whether one control scheme is good or bad, but the fact that a control scheme is important. A fluid that ease of use is valuable, right? No, I think your point proves my point. Like, the things we value about Mario 64 are the same. So Mario 64 was praised for what? What makes Mario 64 good? Exploratory, so 3D movement mechanics, intuitive analog controls, and open-ended exploratory level design. Those aspects are what make it good, and those same aspects are what made Mario Sunshine good to the degree that it was good, and Mario Galaxy good, and Mario Odyssey good. Those qualities are the same. If you make a good platformer today, it will be a good platformer. What we consider good platforming has not changed. Our standards may have gone up, but what is good has not changed. Like, what we consider to be fun hasn't changed. The alphabet of game design hasn't changed. I'm into sim racing. It reminded me of Grand Prix series by a former defense industry engineer. Latest of his games released in 2002, and some people, even today in 2026, think they're great games. In fact, I have it installed. Soon 25-year-old game, and sim racers are notoriously picky. I feel the same way about Age of Empires 2. I think Age of Empires 2 is like such an incredible pinnacle of RTS design. It's so ridiculously good. And it was good. It was like, in my opinion, the best RTS. It still is. It still is the best RTS ever made since 1997 or whatever it was. Like, it hasn't been beaten. None of the Age of Empires games since Age of Empires 2 have been better than 2. And I don't think... I mean, StarCraft's certainly important in the Korean gaming scene, but globally, I think Age of Empires is just like... It almost... I feel like it killed the genre because nothing can beat it. Like, we'll just be playing Age of Empires 2 forever. One of the biggest Age of Empires 2 tournaments of all time just ended like a couple of weeks ago. I actually didn't play those. Although I met someone recently who was in the cinematics team on the Command and Conquer games. I met him. He was an Uber driver. He doesn't work in the game industry anymore, but he's in San Francisco. And he was telling me about how they made those games. On my way to the airport. He literally Ubered me. He was like my Uber driver from hanging out with Prime and TJ. The lower floor? Maybe you're right, actually. I think there's something you're saying that I think is true in that it's got like, you can look at Age of Empires and kind of understand what's happening just looking at it, whereas StarCraft is much harder to look at. But like, StarCraft doesn't even have procedural levels. I can't believe that. You play the same exact map every time? The resources are in the exact same spot? That's crazy. I know it's different. I'm just teasing. I'm sure StarCraft's good. I've never played it, but I know it's good. I've seen it be played. I appreciate what makes it good. I'm just saying, I'm just teasing. But I think Age of Empires has more staying power because it's doing more. And it does more at a level of excellence that is about the same as StarCraft. Like, it's a bigger game, but still manages to be like incredibly balanced, incredibly diverse, dynamic. It's like all of the things StarCraft is, and way more complicated in terms of its just breadth of gameplay and how you play it. Like, you would expect a game like that to topple over under its own weight. What's your opinion on Marvel movies? Is that a new comment, Justadine? I really think that the Marvel movies were like really average films for the most part until the Avengers films, and then it kind of elevated all of them. The idea of like movie crossovers and having like characters have continuous stories across different films, I think was very special. It still is very special. It takes a lot of... I really think that human effort applied towards one vision will always be impressive. Like, something that required a lot of people to come together and achieve something is always going to be very impressive to me. I think that's just how I see it. Not only that, I think narratively, it's more potent. A war is more potent when you care about all the soldiers individually. That's what the Marvel movies do. That's what they do right. They show you a war where you've met and care about and have a relationship with every single one of the people who are in the war. That's incredible storytelling. The fact that you can care about so many different characters and have that still be like comprehensible, you still understand like what the hell's happening. Very impressive. Basically, in my opinion, only possible because they spent like the previous decade making like 20 films. Like you couldn't, if you released Infinity War without all of the superhero movies and the previous Avengers movies, it's really impressive, but it's basically a Michael Bay movie. That's how I feel. I don't know. And I really, all of these opinions I have, I feel quite confidently about. I haven't really changed my opinion after today's chat. No, but it isn't just novel. It is novel, but it's good. Like watching something like a structure that's stable is aesthetic. Watching something get built out of lots of tiny parts, like a big house of cards, is aesthetic. And Avengers does that very, very, very well. It's this like giant story made up of all these little cards supporting each other. That will always be interesting and impressive. Just the fact that it hadn't been done before is not, it's actually kind of irrelevant. But this is what I'm saying. You're saying, hey, I don't like these dots. But I'm saying like, I really like this white circle. Oh, I didn't do it. Like you can dislike them, but this is still white. And what will make those movies memorable, I mean, let's be honest, they're not bad. The movies are okay. Some of them are bad. Thor 2 is bad. But like, Iron Man 1's pretty good. Iron Man 2's it's all right. Iron Man 3 is all right. Captain America's watchable. They're all watchable movies. They're not like, none of them are bad movies that are like objectively terrible. And even if they are, that's like 1 or 2 out of like, what, again, like 18. And the experience, I think, of watching the MCU is on the whole a positive one and ends very positively until if you stop at Endgame. I think that's true. It's like saying a TV show is bad because it has a bad episode. Lots of TV shows are hit and miss. Gosh, Community is hit and miss. Community probably has like 50% of those episodes are like, they're all right. But they all have like moments in them that are killer moments in TV that like, I just will be quoting for the rest of my life because they're so witty and funny and clever. And there will be aspects of them that will age too. Like the parts that are too referential will probably be really dated. but certainly like a lot of the writing community will hold up because of how quick it is, and you know, Dan Harmon's a clever guy. Hello.
Hello, I'm just going for a walk.
Okay.
There's sweet potatoes in the oven.
Amazing.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
See ya. Enjoy. Zoranak. I think we're just playing contrarian now. The broader point that I'm trying to make is that an end game, right? You could call all of the Avengers movies, right? Dirt. You could let's call them sandstone, okay? And Endgame is the ivory or whatever it is, marble cap on the pyramid that is the Avengers movies. If I say, I think that this marble cap is brilliant, and this marble cap on top of a pyramid is brilliant. Having a marble cap elevated above the city of Memphis over the skyline, watching the river delta, you know, the river Nile, the Nile River, you know, whatever. The concept of this, which is really cool. I don't know where the pyramids are. Are they outside of Memphis? Who knows? Memphis in Egypt. This being cool. Okay, Giza. This being cool, it doesn't matter if this brick is bad or if all the bricks are bad. This is still cool. It was still cool to watch Endgame, and we could look at this hypothetically and say, okay, this marble cap on top of a hypothetical pyramid will always be impressive. The culmination of a whole bunch of moving parts, ending a franchise where all these characters, the thing that I was just describing that I liked about Endgame, that thing, the quality of that will always be good. The aspect, the concept, the hypothetical, the notion of the tip of the iceberg, the cherry on top of the cake, that's good. That's good. And it can't exist on the floor. You can't just make that. You have to have made 18 movies building up to that. And so even if the movies aren't good, the idea of making 18 movies that ends in Avengers Endgame is good and will be good 200 years from now, in my opinion. Ebenezer says, I have to hear you do Korg from Ragnarok. I mean, that's not that difficult, because he's basically just a Kiwi, isn't he? He's just a Maori man he's just Maori. Just a man from New Zealand. A regular everyday bouncer you might find outside a nightclub. That's who he is. Of course you can hear my Korg. No worries. Okay, pals, I think it's time we maybe argued a little bit less on this topic. As good as it is, I'm feeling just a little bit, I feel like my point's been made, and I feel like I'm probably not really gonna make much more progress on this one. Trying to have this discussion with you. I don't think so, Zoranak. I think what made Endgame good is not changing. That's my point. What made it good is not going to change. Yes or no? That's my only point. That's my only point, you guys. That's all I'm trying to say, is that what makes something good is not going to change. And as far as that pertains to game design, well, I think it's the same thing. I think a game that's good today, for the reasons that it's good, it's going to be good for those reasons later. Or at least a game that has the same values is also going to be good for the reasons that game A is good. Okay. Have I expressed myself with enough accuracy for you? Have I made myself very clear? Gee, I hope so. Because I'm probably not going to explain it too much longer. Because I've pretty much got to go soon. Chat, it's been an absolute pleasure having this debate with you about what makes media good. Anytime, we can always revisit. But I think my opinion's pretty much unchanged on that. So better luck next time. Piss off, Ghost. Is that what you're waiting for? Do you feel at some points humanity has had enough media so there's no need to generate new ones, as we already have such good media? That's actually a really interesting question. I do think that contemporary media will always be relevant because people like to consume new things. That doesn't mean that old things have less value. It just means that it's important to maintain a relationship with what makes things good by making new good things. I think making new good things keeps us attached to what made the old things good. I think we're also just like, particularly young people or less educated people are always going to be more likely to listen to something that they can relate to more. I think it takes more and more intelligence to project back and appreciate something that's less like you. People tend to be biased towards things that are similar to them, right? Experiences that are similar to theirs. So like you might be able to read about a frog in a 60,000-year-old Aboriginal, parable and understand the value of respecting resources and scarcity. Or maybe you just need someone, to tell you a story in terms that you can understand because it just makes more sense to you that way. I mean, that's fine. My hope is that we always pursue media literacy, high media literacy. Like, it should be that everyone can appreciate what made old things amazing. That's like so critical. It's so important. And it would be a real shame if people couldn't appreciate good things anymore because they couldn't understand, they couldn't see what was similar just because they were too limited in their mindset to go, oh, this doesn't look like what my life looks like. These people in Shakespeare don't talk like how I talk. Like that would be very sad if no one could understand what made Shakespeare good because they use words like thou. Like that's just sad to me. Because I like Shakespeare and it's not that hard. It's not that hard to understand like thine and thou. Like they're still using all the same words we use. It's just like some new ones as well. Or like the forms are a little bit different. Like it's not German. It's not Old English. Okay. Control-Shift-E is right next to Control-Shift-W, and Control-Shift-W closes the app. Oh, see you, mate. I don't think that exists anymore. I think art, unfortunately, suffers from market forces. And so I think a lot of what made, a lot of what made Van Gogh's work really valuable was the scarcity of it. The fact that he was died meant that no one was going to make any more Van Gogh. And so realizing, having a piece of someone's tragic life is very valuable to some people because that life is over. And because it was unique and eccentric. And the works are good. But the story of Van Gogh is almost better than the paintings in terms of what makes the art so valuable. In my opinion. German mentioned. Shakespeare is important for English speakers, less so for non-English speakers. I don't think so. I mean, importance is a very picky word, right? I don't think importance is the point we're trying to make here. We're not saying that, I'm not saying Lord of the Rings needs to be watched by young people every generation, or that everyone, who doesn't watch Lord of the Rings is dumb or something like that. I'm just saying that, quality doesn't change. And so what makes Shakespeare good, the writing is good. And in fact, a lot of what makes it good is wordplay. And if you could somehow communicate the wordplay in another language, I think they would appreciate it too. like you'd have to explain the joke a little bit, but a lot of the double entendre work and even just the characterization, the tragic, the moments of deep, almost philosophical introspection inside of something that is a lot of the times much less serious. I think people would respond to that very well. Taralis, one thing to know about me is that I am very a lot of people have this thing, they call this the creative framework, I think. Art is in the middle, I think. Artist, world. Ooh, what's on this side? I can't remember. What's the rest of the framework? You said it yourself, right? The system, domain, artist. There's a way to specifically audience, artist, world. Well, what is the world if not the audience? But anyway, I can recognize the framework, but I really think that you should bold this one. I really don't. Yes, you can. There are lenses through which you can look at anything, and no one thing can exist without the others. But when I really feel like the integrity of a work, at least that part of it, it's kind of downstream from the artist, isn't it? It takes a great artist to perceive the world and communicate art to an audience, in my opinion. And you could say that the world creates the artist, sure. And you could say, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not that, not that I want to necessarily venerate Leonardo da Vinci or whatever, but the conditions created space for people to express themselves in ways that we still look back and regard very highly. And the expression is the thing that I value. It's actually this. It's this line here that I find is the most powerful. It's the creation of the art. The rest of it is kind of like phenomena. The world is those are just those are just factors, right? And the audience, how a work was received, that's knock-on effects and rippling, but a human committing themselves to making something, that's the instance of whatever it is that we value. Maybe because I'm more of a designer than an artist, for me what matters a lot is process and the continuity of the process back out. For me, education is really important to me. So the idea that these conditions being perpetuated is it's important to me. But you can't just, I suppose that becomes like politics, doesn't it, at that point? How do we get to a world where people are more, where good art is highly regarded and people are more media literate, or we have patrons, very wealthy people who are prepared to spend a lot of money on art? I mean, there's a lot of, I suppose it's, what's the word? lots of different things to care about, isn't there? In a sense. You can make it your life's mission to ensure that more art is being created, or that the conditions for art to be created are there. I mean, I care about that. It's been a big part of the conversation. So I suppose in that sense, like, the framework is important, but yeah, it's too late, Unicastle, sorry. But I think, I don't think it's, what's the word? So these things are made of people, right? And in order to communicate value through the system, it's about storytelling. Like the story of, like for me, I actually know, all that I know about Renaissance Florence, I know from Assassin's Creed 2. So like, for me, the story of Leonardo da Vinci, or like the Medici family or whatever, like those stories, that narrative makes me appreciate the creative output of what those people were responsible for creating. And to me, that's the thing that's probably the most valuable. I don't know, how do you explain it? It's like a delivery, like all of this is like a delivery mechanism for like how to get people interested in this, or how to explain like what's valuable about it. No. What am I trying to say here? I think I'm just trying to say that like, the creation of beautiful things it's here. This is where the creation happens. And this is about the inspiration, and this is about the consumption. So having a relationship with this is, I think, like prime. It's the most important thing. And then this becomes important context. So for me, like, yeah, like I honestly think if you like this today, right? It's not novel. It's not state of the art. It's not technically impressive. It's just, if it's good because it's a good image. It's a good frame. It's well composed. The colors are appealing. Those things are like core sense things. They're like Gestalt principle things. They're like basic things that like a human would like or not like based on what humans like. Like it's aesthetic. But beyond that, aesthetics, I think storytelling aesthetics are also things that you could derive in this objective way from psychology upwards. You say, like, it's the stuff that Jordan Peterson goes on about. For him, it's religious. For me, it's just like a metaphor. But like the idea of loss, right? Or the idea of familial conflict, you know, or the threat of strangers. Those things are what makes stories worth listening to, and communicating those things through art is that's the degree to which those things are communicated is, for me, the objective standard. Like, how well is the story told? To me, that's it. That is the standard, and that doesn't change In fact, I'm afraid that AI is going to make it worse. I'm afraid that the standards for storytelling are going to go down and that the art that's created is going to be worse. Even if the games are technically more advanced. Social media has made it possible for the AI to make it worse. That's the world part. Yeah, I think that's true. Yes, that's actually, I think that's a nice way of tying it all together. If you corrupt this, then you corrupt this and this, which makes this worse. Yeah, sure. That's fair. I think that's a very astute suggestion for sure. I'll take that. I'm not denying that at all. I wouldn't ever say that it's not a system or that it's not, those dynamics are true. 100%. There's no denying that. Certainly. Yeah, I wouldn't take that from you. I suppose I think I'm the kind of person that takes a lot of personal responsibility for my creative output, for better or worse. I'm probably, incredibly influenced by I know I'm influenced by a lot of things, and those things were part of my world that I grew up in. And so certainly, I can't just say that I can't take full credit for what I create because a lot of it came from things that I consumed. But I think I can take credit for and I'm prepared to fixate on why those things had an impact on me. I think that's, for me, that's the most pertinent core skill that I fear losing, that I fear generations losing, is understanding why they like something. Having a connection with media that's actually deeper than just I watched it because I was bored. For that, I think the artist, if you're looking to be an artist or to be involved in the creation of games or art, you can't not have a deep connection to that. If you don't have a connection to media and why it's special to you, what are you doing? What are we making here? We're just trying to make money? Is it just about how do I become the next Vampire Survivors? I mean, that can be your goal. That's okay. I'm not upset at you for doing that if that's how you feel. But I think there's there's so much more than that. We're back at the arcades, if that's, how you see it. Hello.
Can you pause it?
I can mute it for 2 seconds. Yeah, sure. My parents, as in what's my ethnic background? I'm Lebanese. Dude, I've been going through a tough time recently, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you that much. All of the stuff happening in the news right now, it's so hard to watch. Probably not helping me sleep. And how important is it? I've actually I've cried a couple of times in the last week or so about all of that, and particularly like the way that culture is being destroyed in real time. Like all the stuff I'm talking about, all of like what people care about and like what makes media worth remembering and all that stuff, that's being destroyed right now in the country that my family's from. It's being like bulldozed. Like in 4K on the news. So like all I can do, and I feel so horrible on inside, you know, I feel like rage and like uselessness and like apathy and terrified at the same time. And all I can do is use my skills to try to influence people to care about the things that I care about so that the things that I value don't get lost. That's all this is. It's like, hey, let's all remember like what is worth caring about. Let's remember how to care about things too, if that's what we need to do. There's so much apathy going around right now. There's so much fatigue. It's actually it's the tool. Fatigue is the tool. Not to get too political, but like I know that my part is like minuscule in this. I have nothing. I have no power. There's no skill I have that can help anyone in that situation or make the world a better place in any way that's going to do anything meaningful for so many people. But for the people who I can affect in the ways that I can affect them, it's this stuff. It's caring about how do we not forget what's special to us? How do we maintain a connection to that? And to not feel so different from each other. Just having a connection to beauty. That's pretty much it. That's all I really care about, is that we look upwards and not downwards as a society. That's all I can help people do, is care about what makes things good and how to create conditions where more good things happen instead of bad things. Because I would say even games, when I talk about what makes a good game, the word good goes beyond, it's not just a quality thing. To an extent, it is also a moral thing. Like good in the sense of like valuable to you as a human. Like there's a moral flavor in that discussion if you look for it. Stories that are worth remembering for a reason. Something resonating with you and making you feel something has a value to you. It's memorable because you found it valuable. And we owe that. If you make things, it's almost like, I mean, I feel personally, I genuinely feel this way. Last thing I'm going to say before I wrap up the stream. I make games very specifically because when I was 12, the games that were made for me to consume had such an effect on me that I wanted to be able to give that back to another generation. That is the reason I make games today. It's literally that I had this feeling of, oh my God, these people are saving me. You know, I, as a teenager, high school's hard. It's hard to relate to people. I could relate to video games, or I could at least find a comfort there. And I felt such gratitude to the people who gave me that space and taught me those lessons, all of those stories, that I wanted to just give that back. I just want to like make that happen more. I just want to perpetuate whatever that is. That's it. That's all I'm doing. So I don't think that changes, because the kid was me and I'm me now still. And I think that if I was a kid today, the games that I played would be more helpful to me than they were, because I think the world is even harder than it was. Like, gosh, I think Final Fantasy X would be a great tool. It would be a great piece of like literary context to help understand and process some of the things that are happening in the world today for someone who's young. That's what I think. Anyway, I gotta go. Thanks everyone for checking out the stream today. I can't seem to open up my browser without it immediately closing again, so I can't rate anybody. But thank you all for checking out the stream. We'll be back on Thursday, 2 days from now. Tomorrow I'll make a video or something on YouTube. So thank you so much for checking out the stream. I had a lot of fun. I hope you do too. If you like the content, please do wishlist Insignia on Steam. I appreciate you all very, very much for being with me through this conversation. I know it got a little bit heated and tense, and it's not always the chill that you're looking for. So we'll try to be more chill later in the week. I'll see you then. As always, I've been Adam, you from the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.